Hello everyone, welcome. How are we doing? Hey back, Raz. How's things going? Happy anniversary. Yeah, apparently I've been affiliate, have you pronounced it, for a year now. So, yeah. Which is cool. Maybe 2 years. I don't know how long it's been. I keep, ever since COVID, you lose track of the years. But yeah, it's been some form of year of multiple years, yes. Thank you. Welcome, Not So Red. How you doing? How's it going? How's it going? So, was working on the list view last stream. We just call it a list. Um, so we're going to finish that off today, then do the scroll view, and that will be all the widgets completed. Should be amazing. Hey there, Nico. How you doing? Doing good, thank you. What about me? Yeah, not doing bad. Just a little bit tired, to be honest, because I didn't get too much sleep last night. The baby kept waking up, which is a shame. Doesn't this look lovely? But yeah, working on this list view. So we're going to be putting a scroll bar in here at some point. We just got to figure out why this is disappearing. There, you see. But yeah, things going alright. I think I'm still got my cold though, but it's gone from being a bit of a nasally one to a bit of a sore throat again. But yeah, other than that, doing fine. Just tired, But yeah, yeah. How's the compiler project going? Oh, Scosh, my friend, thank you so much, sir. Yeah, Not So Red 1. AKA Red 1, that's what it says. Thank you for the sub, appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Welcome. How you doing? So for some reason these boxes like disappear off the end, when as soon as this becomes, and I think we figured it out. No, there's something about it. We definitely got closer. Yes, this Ransel box is disappearing. Ain't good. Doing good. Awesome, good to hear. Not bad. Start working on the IR. Doing register allocation now. Almost done. Oh, so you've got finite registers in your IR. You've not got infinite registers. Um, yeah. Because sometimes what compilers typically do is they'll have infinite registers in the IR, and then it's up to the thing that lowers it down to the actual thing with physical registers, because all the registers are different. Yeah. So what you want to do is like have infinite registers in the IR, and then when you load it down to x86, because they've got special registers and they're not general purpose, all of them, yeah, you gotta map them accordingly. Or you gotta allocate them there instead. Cranston, how you doing? Oof, you can always count on nice tunes in the stream. Yeah, man. Stone Rebel, going strong. And you can always count on a Pepsi Max. Not as cold as I hoped, to be fair. I'm running all the text myself, like the glyphs and stuff, or a library like FreeType. So currently we're doing the most basic thing, and we are just using a pre-rendered bitmap image. But in future, we probably want to take a look into using, trying to do what like FreeType and STB image does, but do that on the GPU instead, and just use STB TrueType, or maybe get a subsection of it, and basically just use that to extract all the vector data, and then just you do that on the GPU. I want to explore that, but for now we're just doing something basic like this, because we literally do not care about the quality of well, we care about the quality of rendering this good, but we don't care about like the quality of so much about the text right now. But when we do a pass over this system, we're definitely going to probably do something proper cool. Fears in the keyboard is filled with Pepsi. No, my Mac 2007 keyboard. No. Yes. This is my this is my keyboard. Yeah. I don't want to lose this thing, because to replace it, you'll get the terrible, even more terrible Mac keyboards, you know? You get the ones where it's like, you could barely even fill a key press. But yeah. Nah, it's fine. It's fine, I swear. Right, so basically we got this rectangle here, which has got Ransel in it. There's a rectangle around it, I swear. Oh yeah, we've got this cool thing that we can do. It's part of the UI renderer. Oh yeah. We can enable outline draw command ABB. So every single draw command gets a bounding box around it. Here we go, isn't it beautiful? So as you can see, every letter's got a bounding box, and that's what's a command, a draw command on the GPU. Even though we don't actually use the triangles. It's just what we call it as a draw command. So this one here, this box around here, as soon as it goes off the screen, it doesn't render anymore, and none of it renders, right? Which is weird. So we'll figure out why. Because it still shows up here in the console print. So, oh yeah, because it's marked as not visible. That's why it was, isn't it? It's marked as not visible. Something like that. People soak their keyboards in beer or White Russian, because apparently they're... Yeah, some people like accidentally spill like a whole drink on their like laptop, and then it's just fried enough to buy a new laptop. Those must be sad times. So you always put the can of drink behind the laptop. Never put in a drink next to your laptop, because you'll have your arm at the side, you'll swipe over to your keys, and you just like pull the drink over all over it. And yeah, unfortunately fortunately it does cool your computer down, but unfortunately it does also ruin it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the anniversary thing. Appreciate it. I've been 1 or 2 years, I can't quite remember, been an affiliate. Maybe more. We're talking COVID time. Hey Psycode, how's it going? How's it going with you? I see you made some progress since last time I saw it. Yes, we have progressed. We're about to finish up actually. We've gotten the last 2 widgets. We're on the list view. It's going to look better. We're going to have a scroll bar. We're just working on like little bugs, as the Northerners would call it. Yeah, so we're just figuring out how do we stop this thing from disappearing. So I think it's the visibility thingy. The visibility thingy. So what's really nice about our API is we have all of our things that could return a Boolean, we just make an enum. And this way it's self-documenting and all of this. So there's a thing called isVisible, and most of the widgets return this one unless there's a standard way you kind of want to use the widget, like know if it's pressed down, or if something has changed, like text box input, has it changed? So there's one called It Is Visible, and the standard widget returns this one, and all the other widgets that really care about it, like a box. So when we're calculating this in the widget start, I reckon one of them's gone outside. It's something to do with this, right? Was looking at it in the last stream. So we could probably draw the clip rectangle. Clip. Forcing you to post it. Crazy. You can see why they do it though. They want people to spend more money. They want people to be like, hey, here's a gift. Basically. So right. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Right, it could be any one of these. So what I want to do is probably just Okay, so those are invisible, so I can't really put an assert in unless we can shorten the list. Let's shorten the list and stop at array march. Right, there's array march. So we should be able to put assert in at the is visible. So core assert visible. Thank you, Peda. Yes, I am a sea god, but I'm not an English god. I will completely wreck people's names. Oh, wait. I put it after here. All right, we hit the assert. Excellent. So it is something to do with this visibility thing. So now we've just got to break this apart and figure out which one it is, right? So is it this one? Does the clip rec become like 0 bit? You know. Okay, so it's not the clip rec. So is this one here? Rectangle contains, right. So we should probably draw the clip rec rectangle. It's hard to really tell. Yeah. So I think what we can do is we can say UI rec center address of GUI dot widget info dot clip rec, and then we'll do half dimensions. So it's going to be a white rectangle we'll be drawing, and that's the clip rectangle. It'll just be white by default, and it's going to have hard edges because the radius is 0. So we should be able to see this thing. Right, of course the whole screen goes white. I was hoping that it would have got drawn first, so the other stuff gets drawn on top of it. So what we'll do then is we'll say if it's not visible, draw it. Right, so there it is covering the whole background, right? So it does go it's all the padded area in between, right? So you can see it. This outline here. I'll zoom in a bit. So this outline here appears, and it's this white rectangle that we're drawing. So when this one goes off, it's now not visible, then it draws this thing. Okay, that's interesting. So if we then draw the other rectangle as well, and we'll make it orange or whatever, right? So we'll go, oh, here's the rect. So we need to do some form of like solid color. Yep. So we'll do 0x, so that's alpha, blue, we'll do a little bit of green, and full red. Okay. Oh. Well, that failed. Okay, let's run that again. Excellent. Right, so there's the orange that we're seeing. And I got my colors right, look at me go. So we're seeing it outside, and we're seeing this one here, right? So here, the rectangles are overlapping, right? We're seeing this, right? So clearly this function is just wrong. So, see this one here? Rectangle contains rectangle. Right. So the way I think the way the maths works is it's treating it as if saying, do they? No. It was saying if they overlap, but as soon as it doesn't overlap, oh man. Right, let's Google for another one because yeah, I think I did this one myself. And there is another way to do it where you do it with the center. But they seem to oh. So we use min-max basically. We use like, you know, lower left, top right, that sort of thing. Whereas there is center and half widths you could use. And I know that one has to do that one. I just want to know if there's one. Maybe that's the easiest way is to convert into that, isn't it? I know how to do that one, it's quite easy. Should we just do that one? I think that's the way most people do their bounding boxes anyway. There, that's the one I'm looking for. I guess the other one's better because there's only like one conditional check or something. This has got Z in it as well, but there's only going to be 4 for us. Yeah, the best thing about no, because it reduces it down to 2 conditional checks. So there's like less branching perhaps. Maybe. Well, I don't know, maybe the compiler can do something special. Maybe it can sort of add it and see if it's equal to 4 or something. I don't know. I think there's stuff it can do. But yeah, so we'll just roll with this one. Okay. Oh yeah. Min dot x dot x dot x dot x dot y dot y dot y dot y. No z's in a 2D world, and voila. So that tells you if they overlap, which is what we call contain in this. And jobs are good. So hopefully that'll work. There we go, now Ransel goes off the page. Now I'm thinking, why does Ransel go off the page here? Why doesn't it clip? Well, because I've got clipping code in the rendering. I've got the clipping rectangle, as you saw, but I haven't really connected the front end UI thing to the back end rendering. I haven't basically called the function to do in the renderer yet. So it's a 2-second job, but the reason why I'm not doing it yet is because I want to debug everything and make sure it works first, right? And we can easily just throw it in. So as you can tell, when Ransel fully goes off and goes outside this box, what you'll see is it's now not visible. So we don't even try to actually process this widget at all. We don't try and render it, it's invisible and everything like that. So that, yeah, okay, that's fine. That will be clipped off in the future, and voila. Cool. Right. Hey there, GMOs. Welcome. GMOs. How you doing? Right. So let's remove all this debugging stuff. Let's turn off the outline, which is pretty useful. It's been pretty cool. Tons of sprinting in the code base. Right. So what's the next thing we want to do in our thing? So there are a few little things. It's like, well, when we keep scrolling, do you really want to scroll to have the whole thing come off? Like, do you really just want to stop there? Right? It's probably sensible, isn't it? So we need to do the maths to sort of cap it a bit earlier. So we do a max. Ooh, it's the min, isn't it, we're looking for? Wait, or is it the max? It's the other way around, I think. The end. It's a min. So, end item index sealed. So, yeah, Pepsi Enjoy, definitely. Pepsi Max. Especially that Pepsi Max Cherry. That's the bomb. Are you using IMGUI or are you recreating it? I'm not recreating IMGUI, but I'm doing an IMGUI, like immediate mode graphical user interface. Like, you know, what you're referring to is Dear IMGUI. We are doing something similar to it, but yeah, we're not recreating it. It is completely different. It's more simple. And yeah, it's going to be specific for this game at some point. Right now, we're just getting the core essentials up. Is configurable. So we do have like a little style that we can change things. Yeah, we've got like, we don't have a layout system, so we don't have rows and columns. Instead, what we have is this sort of rectangle cutting thing. So you just have a rectangle, and basically you have a way to cut a rectangle, and the user is allowed to basically work out where the rectangle goes and then gives the UI system the rectangle. So the UI system is actually going to be quite minimal. It tries to not keep any state, but sometimes it has to keep a little bit of state, but it basically doesn't keep any state for a widget between frames. So what I'm referring to about the layout system is inspired by this, which is called rec cut layouts. So it allows you to like cut to the left, cut to the right, do these sort of column layouts without any sort of like, you know, align my widgets to the left, align it to the right. No, it's just cutting rectangles. And so the user has full control of where their widget actually goes, and it's pretty cool. So I'll drop this in the chat. This is a big thing for keeping the system really simple. So when we talk about this, yeah, this is fine. So it's not the end item index, it's like the items fit counts. That's how many items that fit. So you min that thing. Min F32 with items count. And that's the thing you min. Hopefully. Righty-o. Jobs are good. Hey there, Ransel. How you doing? Gavin Genty. Genty on ZFS. Yeah, it's all FreeBSD. Yeah. It would just work. Don't have to deal with any of the crazy kernel stuff like you have to do on Linux. And isn't it hard to get the root partition to be ZFS on Linux? Right, so now when we scroll, it stops. Oh, it stops on Raymarch because it crashes. Oof. UTF-8 is not supported yet. What? So obviously some invalidate has been passed in. 678. No, 347. Oh, the end went over the list. Right, so this will be item start item index. So this will just be this map here. Then we can use that to take away that. Rightio, so scroll. Oh, come on. Went out of bounds again. Sealed. So it's raised, isn't it? Hmm. Okay, so where's... So I think what's happening is we're adding enough to go over the end by 1. Yeah, it's one of those classic off by 1 errors. So we're just going off the end of the list by 1 element. Wait, the scroll should be capped. That's the problem, is here. So this code here is fine, but the problem is this code. So it's items count. So where's the items fit count? So we need all of this stuff above. Right, so what, this is dependent on height. Right. So where is he doing the scrolling here? Hmm. Shoot. So you need the scroll. It's kind of dependent on each other. That's the issue because this clamps it, and then we use the value here to work out the start, and then the start is used to work out what the end is. But you need the no, you don't. Yes. So this can go up here, and all of its dependencies. So this one. I need the start item. Um. Yeah, I think it's. So where do you use this? Okay. We might have to be just a little bit careful here. So items that fit, this plus that just needs to be minned with items count. Okay. So this can all go. And then this one can be used to say item height times items count take away this. Now what happens if you've got more items to show and sorry, less items than what fit inside the view, then that's obviously going to underflow. So then need to sort of max that with 0. So what is this again? These are right. So you turn these into floats. So it can go negative. Then max it with 0. Very good. So that should be it. So we scroll, doesn't crash anymore. There you go. So now we're able to scroll to the end of the list and it doesn't crash. So now let's re-enable all the other guys. Bring these back in so it's got a bigger list. See how that behaves. So we scroll the bigger list and there you go. Isn't she lovely? Oh yeah. So that's exactly how we want it. Now the only thing that's left is to add the scroll bar. And obviously we could make this scroll a bit more satisfying. It could be like some smooth scroll that you could, you know, because the problem is with the scroll wheel, you sort of go like that. And in X11, like one of the little moves is equivalent of apparently a left click. It just basically says, it reports it in a similar sort of way. So it just gives you like a value of 1 in one direction. So, but we could sort of make that smooth in our game if we wanted to on top of that. But that's something for later, right? But it's possible. So just need a scroll bar, and then that is basically complete. Obviously, there's clipping we need to sort out, but alright, IMGUI that works similar to yours, except I went with a vertical. Oh, sorry, vert slash fragment shader instead of compute shaders, and do the fine culling in late frag. Nice. Yeah, I didn't want to give it to the GPU. Yeah, we do the culling. We do. Yes. we're doing the same thing. We do the coarse culling, in a sense. So we cull whole widgets, CPU. So as soon as this one goes off, cull it. But this clipping is going to be done on the GPU as well. But yeah, the whole compute shader thing is definitely very unique. It doesn't have to be compute though. It could be done with the vertex fragment shader. But yeah, it's good though. Hey Type Beaver, it's been a while. How's it been going? But yeah, it's cool that you've written your own IMGUI. Because it's not too difficult and you can get something that is your own and you can style it however you like. Obviously this styling looks horrible and people will be like, but just use something else, it looks better. Well, basically I don't care about the styling right now. What I care about is functionality. That's what we're working on. And when I need to make it look pretty, I can make it look pretty. Right now it's all about how does it work. See, like I can grab it and I can move away and it still works. That's how I want it to work. I can, click on this thing, it doesn't affect this thing, the API, make the API nice, simple for me. Have a function that does text with an image in it and censors it all just with one call. So yeah, just stuff like that, that's what we're working on. That's all we really care about right now. Rust thing, best thing, fair play, fair play. So now all we need to do is get a scroll bar on the right hand side. So we can just draw this in. It's probably how we're going to do it. The other way to do it, so here's what we've got to remember. So there's a few ways to do scroll bars, right? The new trendy way to do scroll bars is they're invisible. And the Microsoft way to do it is like they're invisible, and when you bring it on, when you go to the edge, it will bring it over, and it will just cover your item, which could be a bit annoying, really. But the reason why they do that is so they can utilize the space more. But I find that annoying because I just don't think that's great. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it. Yes, one of the reasons why I don't think it is great is as a user, you want to know if this thing is scrollable, even if you're not hovering in it. And I think there's ways that they indicate it with like an extra borderline to the right or something like that. But I like making it more apparent. So what we're going to do, and it's more simple this way, is just basically shift everything out, like cut this out, right? Take up a bit of space, put a little grip there that they can drag or they can interact with. Maybe we'll have a little custom background to it as well, something like that. Yeah, the box will be if you hover over a blue screen. I don't think I'll do the small arrows. Yeah, not really a big fan of the small arrows. What I did do in one of my UIs. Can I see if I can find it? Does it still exist? Did I remove it? I didn't. So this is one I did before. Here you go. So see, this is my other scroll bar I've done. I had a little grip button rather than having a corner that you grab. So this is a scroll view, which we'll be doing later. But yeah, so you can grab the grip button instead of like just grabbing this a sort of lip over the corner. It was just easier to do that way, and it's just more nicer to use as well. But yeah, this is the past version of something I've done. But yeah, so it'd probably just be something like this. I don't know if I'll go to the full extent of having this all styled like this way. I don't know about that yet. We'll probably just put a slider there and see how it looks. But yeah, it was all themable. This is me using it here and changing it. But yeah. Anyway. Ta-da. Yeah, I think it was one of the first things I did on Twitch. I'm not sure when that was. When was the last time I committed to it? 2 years ago. I don't know. I think I was streaming on Twitch longer than that. But yeah, it's one of the first projects I did. Yeah, this was one of the first things I did on Twitch, this little game here. I feel I've been streaming a bit longer than that though. I was doing some stuff before then, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was 2.5 years ago that was when when I last committed. 2.5 years ago. Fair play. Yeah. For replay. Okay. So are we gonna do another widget? So if we do another widget, the problem is it's like how do you style it? You've got to pass in 2 styles into the function, which means more of these things. Bit annoying. Or if you did it just with a custom thing as part of the styling, we could literally just have like, you know, well, yeah, here's what the slider grip looks like or something like this. This is a different slider though. But yeah, we'll call it scroll bar. Whatever, have scroll bar properties instead, right? That'll probably be the better idea. So we'll do it that way for that reason. So the rectangle we're going to give back out, let's just adjust it first. So as part of the styling, I want to have a scroll bar width. We need one of them. Mercurial over Git. Oh, Mercurial to Git. Yeah. Because GitHub. I was trying out Mercurial back then. Because apparently it was better for the you know, like the large files. Because that was back when GitHub's LFS thing was really bad and just didn't really work well. And then I tried the Mercurial one, and people were like, yeah, it's better because it comes built in, but then it turns out it's still an extension. And then I tried it, and I don't know, it still wasn't good. Yeah. Version control systems are just really bad, all of them. they're all terrible. And I don't think anyone wants to write a version control system because who wants to be the one responsible for deleting everyone's code? You know? Yeah, 3 years ago. Yeah, there was some 3 years ago. So for Mercurial over Git. Yeah. Yeah, see, back then as well, I was like looking for a job and they were saying like, hey, you should have stuff on GitHub. Specifically GitHub. Not just, yeah, so I had to do that. Yeah, I should give it a go at some point, but then again, I'm using GitLab so people can have a look at the code, so yeah. You know the fastest way of doing drop shadow? Render it twice. That's the quickest way. But what drop shadow for what? What's your base? Are you rendering SDFs or are you doing something else? You can use HGGit. It's pretty good. What is HGGit? Does it translate it over? Let's commit changeless. fueled. And then the ability to push and pull from a Git server repo from Mercurial. It means you can collaborate on Git projects from Mercurial or Git server. Huh. Wow. Losslessly from one system to another. That sounds very scary, but fair play they managed to do it. So you just get the HG interface and it does the conversion under the hood. Fair play. Drop shadow on the whole UI. See, with sign distance fields, if you do sign distance field rendering, you basically can do drop shadow. Like, I forget how to do it, but with SDFs, you could literally, part of the goodness about it is you can basically do shadowing with it. Yeah, there's ways to do it. So I would probably just use SDFs if I wanted to do that. But yeah, you can literally just render it twice. But yeah. Oh, the morphing one is cool. I like that one. You can work here locally, then push to Git. Sweet. It's pretty cool. Radio. So where to next? So, right. So we've got ourselves the scroll bar width in the style. So with the scroll bar width, we should be able to then just change the rectangle. So what is rectangle? It is the thing you take into, say, so the list is in that rectangle, and then you change it, and that's the rectangle that you give to the back out to the user. So we should literally just be able to say, right, rectangle max takeaway equal style scroll bar width, right? Max.x. Okay, and with that right there, we should. So let's just go to the style. Drop it in the right place. So let's say it is, I don't know, 8 pixels wide for some reason. Maybe it's a bit small. Right, that did move in. I think we'll do 16. I don't know though. 16 might be too much. Okay, so there you go. It's moved in there. Ta-da! So yeah, remember the clipping's not around yet. But yeah, so it's moved this in. Perfect. So now all we have to do is render the scroll bar. So there is a bit of maths involved. With a scroll bar, you need to first of all, you need to work out how big is the scroll bar. And there's like a minimum size, and then you need to figure out how do I offset it based on the scroll or something like this. So what we then need to do is say scroll bar x rectangle max dot x, and you have an index. I don't know if we care about. Do we care about that? I don't know. Call it start x. Right. So first one is work out how big is this thing. So we've got how much we've scrolled. We also have the size, the height with the height. And we also can work out how big the maximum content is. It's this times this. Right, so let's work out like the content height. So that's the whole height. So this times that. So it's the full set of the view. So then we need to work out like how much of a view we have. Is that right? No. Yep. So if you have, so you need to say like, you need to get some form of ratio, right? And the ratio is going to say, so you're going towards the height from content height. So that and then you multiply. Yep. So you have the scroll bar height. So this number you can multiply by the scroll bar with the scroll bar height, I think. So the scroll bar height equals height. And then you can literally just say so maybe we could just wait a minute. What is that doing? I can maybe just do it the other way around and then it will just work. It's only useful if the number is different, I think. Right, let's just roll with it. We can always change the maths and just see it in action, right? So let's go ahead and just render it here. So the problem with rendering it here, actually, I just realized, is this is going to be rendered behind. Oh, no, it's fine. Because we've made room to say that nothing else should be rendered here. Just to make sure the clipping is right. Is all. So you probably want a bordered thing. So we'll get that in there as well. So we want to have a scroll bar background, scroll bar. Right, we'll just repeat all of that in here. So all of this, we'll just repeat that in the main. So we'll just go like that, like that, like that. Right, we don't really care about the styling right now, it doesn't matter. All placeholder. That's why I was going to render things twice, fair enough. Yeah, SDF's a really good way of avoiding that. So in the fragment shader, you might have to render it just a little bit bigger or something. And then you'll be able to check to see if you're... That's another way you could do it as well. You just don't even need to use SDFs sometimes. You could just be like, am I near the edge? It was just a rectangle. You could just say if I'm near the edge of the box, color it in, but then again, you might as well just use an SDF because then it works with any shape and it's basically the same maths for a rectangle anyway. Yeah, same maths. Yeah, SDFs are the way. Yeah, they're a really good way of rendering UI. So this would be a scroll bar, all of that goodness. Scroll bar border thickness. Should we just use standard border thick? No, it should be different really. Should maybe be called border width because the word thickness is something else. Width sounds like a good idea. See, thickness means like you've got fine grain control over like left, bottom, top, right. So use that for like margin and padding, which I don't know if we'll really use, but it could be useful at some point. But yeah, so the word thickness is misleading. So we should really name that in a second. So let's get that into the styling. Let's say it's got a 4. Maybe it should only have a 2. Yeah, SDS for the win. Definitely so. Right, let's replace border thickness with border width. And /G everywhere. One in main as well. Ooh. Is there another thickness? Okay, carrot thickness. How thick are your carrots? Carrot. I love me a good carrot, you know. Tasty. And they're healthy. So back to the list. So we're nearly there now. We just got to actually put the rectangle in. So we need our scroll bar rect. Scroll bar rect. How do we make this guy? Good question. So it's .min.x is basically I guess okay, it's this one. Yeah, let's just make this. We can let the compiler do its magic if we care. So the y, we've got to work out that offset somehow still, but for now we'll just make it we'll just put it at the bottom actually. Yeah, we'll put it at the bottom. And then we'll come and sort that one out. Then there's a scroll bar height. This one. And the width of the scroll bar would be plus that. Radio. If you're already a non-SDF system, the stencil, desaturate, offset, blur is the standard way, I think. It only requires a frame buffer as input. No knowledge of what was created. Yeah, I guess there's still a flexible way of doing it. Yeah, it's another way of doing it. Right, what am I looking for again? Oh yeah, I'm looking for the rectangle. We're supposed to have rendered something. Yeah, because we used the draw rec like an absolute melon. We didn't use our new super awesome thing here. So we're just gonna render our rectangle. Ah, you moron. Cool. So jobs again, please. Oh wait. Scroll bar radius. And limits down this one. So let's hop into there. Cool. There it is. Isn't she beautiful? So clearly she's just going to stick at the bottom. That's probably something wrong there. But, right. So this is the right size, I think. Right, I think that's the right size. It shouldn't be all the way down here, though. That's because we've extended the box when we give it back out. So So what we should be doing is doing that last. So we should be, let's just work this maths out a bit. Something like that. Something like that. Cool, so now that's definitely in the right place. Height looks good to me because it's just, there's all these items we go over, right? It's like, we're viewing 2/3 and there's like a third left, something like that. So that feels right to me. So we're going to add more and see it shrink really small. We've got to make sure that maths is fine as well. So let's get all the offset stuff working great. So really the start Y has to probably be the max. The max Y, take away how big the scroll bar height is, right? Something like that. So that gets it in the right place. So there it is at the top now. Now what we're going to do is work out some form of offset from there. So how is one going to figure that one out? So you got this scroll Y, and you got to figure out how much have I scrolled to the end. So how much have I scrolled? So content height is the full list, height of the full list. How far am I through that plus the view size, something like that. Oh, sorry, this plus the view size divided by that, and it'll give you sort of a ratio, and that's how much you offset it by, or something like this, right? So where do we use the scroll? Why do we add the, we add it somewhere, right? No. Okay, so we need to sort of get like the end to scroll or something like this, right? So the end Y, and that is scroll Y. Scroll Y plus, so there's like an item view, items fit count. So that's how many items fit in the bounds, but in the viewing space. It's float, so it's like might be 4.5 items. So we do that plus that times see, we did something here. We've done it before. We might need this. Yeah, that is the end Y. That is literally it. I would have just bumped into the same issue again. Okay, so this goes up here. So we might need to recalculate this again. No. No, sorry. That's not the end. It's kind of like the end. Kind of. It's the end take away. Yeah, is the maximum of what scroll.y should be. So it means we should be able to say scroll y plus items fit count plus times item height. And that will get us right to the end of the list at most, right, in pixels. So when we've got this, we need to figure out how far that thing is to content height. So what do we want? What sort of number do we need? So we need to be able to offset. So we did scroll end y divided by content height. That'll give us a value from 0 to 1, basically. And and you can times the height of the scroll bar by that, and that'll tell you how much you need to offset it by, I think. Let's see if we can do that again. Let's call it ratio t. We'll revisit this part here. I think this is a bit dumb what we've done. So then with ratio 2, you just want to say that the start is then plus scroll end y. No. Height times ratio 2. That's what we offset it by. Something like that. Right. Clearly wrong. Right, it's a minus because it's a minus. Because we're bottom left origin. I don't know what's happening there. Right, maybe we should have removed, instead of doing the end y, it should have been content height. Take away yeah, so maybe this should be not the end y then. Right, so it's that take away items fit count. Then like max. You can't do divide by 0 though, that's the problem. Max scroll y or something like this. So maybe you change. Yeah, but that's the point. It's like we've changed this one. Right. Let's see if we can view. Yeah, so obviously we've scrolled 0 here, and when we scrolled to there, we scrolled the whole way, right? And it would have stopped the scroll. Yes, something like that. So that's the max scroll y. So maybe we just need max scroll y, but the problem is it can be. Oh, it won't be 0. Oh no, yeah, it will be 0 when it down. Yeah, the problem is it could be 0. So yes, the number we're really looking for is probably max scroll y. Okay. So if we do that, what are you doing right now? I'm working on a list view. So we're just trying to get the scroll bar. We're just trying to make sure that the scroll. Yeah, so we've nearly finished the list view for an immediate mode UI that we're writing for this game. And we're just trying to make sure that the scroll bar works and then the list view is done. So we've got this like API here where we can like make make a list view essentially, and then we can go over all the items that are in the visible range of the view, and then just simply only put the widgets down for those items this frame. So our list is up here that we're currently putting in. So we're just making sure that the scroll bar renders. And then after that, working on the scroll view. So we've got this like IMGUI for this game. We've got inputs for numbers and inputs for text. We've got like radio buttons and stuff like this. The theming is definitely very placeholder right now. But yeah, we've got like buttons as well. In the list view here right now. Just getting the scroll bar working. But yeah, that's what we're working on. If you have any more other questions, feel free to ask. So with the max scroll Y, the problem is it could be divided by 0. So I think if we swap them around the other way, no. Yeah, so the problem is the scroll Y max, if it's a very small list, could be 0. So I guess you just say, hey, if that is 0, then this is 0. Yeah, I think that's what you just do. Else scroll Y max. Wait a minute. Why was I thinking that? Because that needed to be on the right hand side, isn't it? Yeah. Scroll Y divided by this. That's it. Okay. Making more sense now. Right, let's give that a go. Okay, so we scroll, it offsets, and it goes way too far. So the offset is not counting for how big the bar actually is. That's the next problem. So now we need to make sure the scroll bar is part of the how we work out the offset. So so scroll bar height here. So what happens if we take that away from here? Does it work? Oh, thank you so much for the thank you, appreciate it. Bambusia, welcome. How's it going? It's been a while. How you been? It's going good, man. Going good. A little bit tired, but other than that, doing super. And look at that. Scroll bar is working. Oh yeah. See, the maths is really dodgy with it, but there's a few layers to it. But yeah, that'll do. I think there's ways to simplify it, to be fair. We just need the clicking now and the highlighting, which we can do. But yeah, how's things going with you, Bambusia? Thank you for the anniversary celebration. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. One day I'll step above affiliate. I just need to have like 75 average viewer count, basically. And I think I stream enough. But yeah, and then that will go up. But we shall reach there as time progresses. So with ratio here, We're doing height divided by content height, then we're times in height by ratio. You only really want to do that if you're using a different variable, right? Let's just do some maths. My brain is dead right now. I'm tired. So you know, if you say you've got a content height of 200 and you got a height of 50, or if you did 200 divided by 50, so the other way around, you get 4. So yeah, so we did 50 divided by 200. Yeah, and then we times 50 to 5, wasn't it? 12 point. So looking to get that number from 50. I don't think there's a way. Yeah. So you're applying it to itself after the fact. So maybe that's fine. That'll do. That ought to be good enough. So now we just need to get when you sort of hover over the scroll bar, can we show it in more of a selected style? So here we have this state style. We basically do none, but we want to have one for a scroll bar. So this kind of ignores the state, like is it hovered or not. We've got these little flags in here to say that this thing is focusable and you can press it, but we are not really handling any of that yet. So that's what we're going to try and handle now. So what we're basically saying is, if you're inside this rectangle, right, then we shall, right, so you want to say like if Boolean is hovered, so for that you want to say if the is focused, maybe. So for that it's UI focus state. Is it UI focus state? Focused. And so we're focused and the UI rectangle contains point, yep. Because it's more of like, you know, the whole thing could be hovered, the whole list view could be hovered, but we only want to do the bar. So we're gonna just do a little bit of a manual thing alongside it. So that will just be the mouse cursor position. So you want to do something like this. Do I have notes? No, I have a VOD channel though. So if you're interested in catching up on any past streams, they're all on there. I've not really had time to do proper YouTube videos, but yeah, there's definitely VODs though. So they're all titled, and I basically, you know, before I do a piece of work, I'll prefix it with, this is how the thing works. So people don't have to watch the whole thing. And yeah, I usually go over what my plan is, why my plan is that. So they're all up there. Is this Visual Studio? Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's just NeoVim. You know, I could have been using Vim, but then I went all in on those Gen Z plugins. So I'm now a true Gen Zer. And we contain a point. Right, so now that if we're focused, if it is focused, we'll use the widget state. Yeah, herd. One day herd will be released, one day. Right, so it's not working. Damn it. Why is that? So we're not applying anything else on top of it here. So let's remove that and just see if the whole list becomes focused, right? Okay, it doesn't. Why? What would you say we want to do? Should do focused? So I'll code it that way. Oh wait. Unused variable. Like an absolute melon. Melon. Right. That would be why. Oh yeah. Oh. Look at that. We're going places. Now we just need to get the mouse action in there. And then it is all good. So how does one get the mouse action in there? Good question. So it's basically like this. So we could just say if is active, basically. We could just say if. So if it's active, if UI widget state equals widget state active, right? So if our current widget is active, which means you've got it pressed down, then thank you for the follow. We can then use the mouse relative position.y and we can feed that into the scroll. Then we can do the max again. Ooh, yeah. We might have to flip it the other way around. I don't know. So let's give it a go. That went way too fast, didn't it? It's because we timesed it. Because this is taken from the scroll wheel, and the scroll wheel just gives us a 1. So obviously we want to travel, it gives us pixels, we want to travel in pixels, so it times it by anything. And there we go, folks. It is flashing though. It's rendering a white rectangle. My debug code is still in there. Isn't that funny? I didn't realize that was still in there. I could have committed that in. If something's not visible, render the debug stuff. No. Right. And there we go, guys. So the only issue is now, though, is this. You can do this and go off the page. Remember we had this with this one? We didn't like it, did we? So we'll go and grab the code that we did for this one, stop that. So this is it. Pass me, solved it all. List view. Just call it a list because I can't bother to type list view. So this is the code. If the widget is keyboard focused, because when you click on it, it becomes keyboard focused, and the mouse left button is pressed, and and not has been pressed. Right, so we're saying if it's held. Why do we care about? So if you just click it. Right, so there's one more thing that we kind of want to. Maybe that was a bit. Maybe that last one's not needed. But yeah, anyway, that'll work now. See, that's pretty cool. So, although we should really keep it glowing. Should probably keep it glowing. Not gonna lie. Same with this one. This one needs to keep glowing. It needs to stop. Not change state, you know. It needs to be active. So we probably need to say like for. Slider is, or grip is pressed. Oh, I don't know. Hello, I am Valorant. Welcome, welcome. Can you help me with a question? If it's short and sweet, yeah, definitely. But if it's a bit long, might have to. Someone else might have to answer it, or maybe we can move to the Discord. There's a Discord in the About page. Feel free to hop into there and feel free to hop in here and ask questions. There's a bunch of folks who hang out, and they can help with that. Right. So when we do this like bar state here, what we're saying is if it's focused. It's one of those three. Right. I'm gonna look silly doing this, but let's just do it. Bar is pressed, then it'll be widget active. If it's focused, it'll be focused, and then else it's ternary operators. Aren't they lovely? Okay. So that should be the fix to make the styling all good. So it stays active, right on my way. Very nice. Let go, it stops. These things obviously hover, but that's fine. That's fine. Cool. So, oh, that ain't good. We need to sort that out. Shoot. Yeah, this only happens on this one. It's not because it happened. Oh, it's not right. So let's move this code over to this slider. We'll make this one good. Where's the styling? It's here, isn't it? Right. Grip is pressed. Nip that. So if the grip is pressed, will give you an active. Else will give you whatever it is. And then we'll just use a grip is pressed. Something like that. If foobar yeah, we could do it that way. But then it requires me writing an if statement. Right, so that stays clicked in. If I move it away, right? When I let go, it stops. That's all we wanted. Click there, moves. That's another one we've got to do here is if we click here, we want it to move to there. Part of a way we could do that is we could make it all way. Yeah, we'll figure that one out. But let's just start this one. It shouldn't scroll like that, like a touch screen, right? It shouldn't scroll like a touch screen. That is bad. So for that one, we should only really go into here if We didn't need to so how do you tell the difference between it just being held down we could remove the keyboard focus. We could say, hey, if we could say if I'm not focused and I'm keyboard focused, remove it from me. Yeah, remove the keyboard focus from me. But then that would remove, yeah, and my mouse button is not down, something like that. It's very hacky though. Not a fan of it. But we don't have any persistent state in the UI. So we don't have a way. We don't. You don't have a persistent state, that's part of the issue, isn't it? So we want to find out, we want to have a way where we can know if this thing is being moved because it was, so the mouse, we want to know if the mouse is down. Wait, what's the problem again? Yeah, so yeah, when we click and we move this, that's the problem. So this here needs to be true because it controls the styling as well. Ah, got it. So if it's been pressed, yes, we've got to do this. So if it has been pressed this frame, it has to be contain the point, has to be focused. That's it. That is it. So we have to be clicking on the bar. So this one's saying if the left button has not been pressed or is focused. No. Something we've got to do here. I don't know if it's an or. And is focused. No. Left button is pressed. If it has been pressed this frame, so if the left mouse button is pressed, see, it's kind of like, because I could just do an if statement outside and just change it, or I could just chain it all together. Have you known about George Hotz? Yeah, I know who the guy is. Yeah, he's a programmer, right? Has been pressed. So if the key, yeah, so the button, so we want to make sure this thing turns false. If it has not been pressed this frame, or It is focused. Yeah. So not or that. So if that returns false, wait a minute. Yep, and then that'll be ANDed. That should be right. Yeah, so if it's not been pressed this frame, it will return true. If it has been pressed this frame, it's got to be is focused. Okay, that'll be it. Cool. So that should. Oh, you bugger. Hmm. So I'm not sure why that thing existed beforehand. Right, let's just do this. If it has been pressed this frame, or like and equal is focused on it. Let's just try that. See, oh right, yeah, of course. It's fine. Right, that was work. Okay, so that was working fine. The issue is it's still not solving the problem. The problem is on the next frame, it's just gonna happen, isn't it? We could add a bit of persistent state. We only need. We should say focus scroll bar. Yeah, we'll add one of these. So I think we'll add UI internal. Right. So we'll add like focus scroll bar. Scroll bar focus widget ID. So every frame will probably just null that. No, not every frame. Yeah, we'll probably have a next one laying about as well, I think. So you have the potential to say every frame, hey, I am scrolling with this one. And then it will get transferred over. Yeah, we'll do something like that. So how do we want to? Yeah, it would be like the mouse one. So it'd be like scroll bar. Okay. Very good. So when we have our bar is pressed. Okay. So if I pressed it this frame and selected it, if I press it this frame and selected it, or and has been pressed, right? That's what you want. So if this is all true, then we want to set GUI scroll bar has been, scroll bar focused widget hash next. So the next frame, it will be fine, right? Equals to our widget hash here. Something like that, right? So now we know if we are the bar is pressed when this one is equal to us and the left mouse button is down. Something like that, right? I think that's it. So we also want to be able to say if, like, keep it going, basically. So I guess we'll just say if bar is pressed, set that as well, keep it going. Right, that's it. That's the logic. So we can't click here and move it anymore, but oh, we can. Damn it. Why did that work? Oh, is focused. Whoops. So that could probably go then. These things here. We could probably just reduce this down to is focused mouse. We have a way of doing that. We've got a mouse flag. That'll do it. Right. Sweet. So we press here, nothing happens. We grab there. Move it out of here, that's good. We can click here again, nothing happens. We can click there, and yeah, it just doesn't allow you to move it. Right, so that's good. The problem now is when you hover over it, so you click here and hover, pass over it, it starts scrolling. That's not good behavior. So we still need that logic. And it has been pressed this frame. Okay, so that should be it. Cool. Very nice. Says pass over it and the whole click doesn't do anything. Sweet. There's one final thing to do, and that is if I click here, it should move down there. So the behavior typically is it's going to keep scrolling until it hits there, type of thing. Like if I take this web page, for instance. Let's take the chat, for instance. That'll work? No. So this web page. So if I click here, it will keep scrolling until the center of it is there. No, until you're... It's weird. I don't know what the behavior is. It's definitely not the center. I can tell you that. Right, it scrolls at least a page, and then it will scroll. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I think it scrolls at least a page, but then the logic after that is... Yeah, no, it scrolls in full pages. Yeah. So that's on the web browser though. Trying to scroll in full pages. Yeah, so it's like scroll in full pages until you meet that, basically. So that's something we could do. Man, that's a lot of logic. Just got to copy and paste this for the scroll view in a second. Right, I think I want to make myself another tea, because fancy another tea. It's going to be a peppermint tea. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll set this scroll bar, and we'll start on that scroll view, which would be cool. I might see if we can simplify this a bit. We'll see. But yeah, right. BRB. Right, welcome back everybody, how's it going? Oh. Right. Oh. So I got myself a nice peppermint tea. Got myself some carrots as well, which is nice. I'm just getting the chat back open on my phone. Right, they're back.
The new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium.
I'm getting ads. Okay. It's a bit chilly now. Oh, let's get a hoodie on. Oof. So, I actually just thought of something else that we're missing. We're missing the selectable sort of code, I think, when you select a widget. That's purely done user side. So we might want to give them like a toggle. Wait, they can just use a standard button. Yeah, we've got to quickly think about that one. Yeah, we're going to do that. So if they press inside the scroll bar area, what do we want to do? So we've got the scroll. So we want to say, hey, if they've pressed inside the area, move the... So you probably want to get like the scroll bar rec, but maybe now. Scroll, it's not the bar, but I guess scroll bar area rectangle. So that'll just be rec. Max.xtake style scroll bar width. Min y is rec min.y and max y, something like that. Yes. So we'll just say if UI rectangle contains points, which we scroll bar with, we need the mouse thing again. That's 25 up, please. There we go. And one of them. Jobs are good. Right, so that thing has been... Ooh. And the mouse button is pressed. Not has been pressed. Let's press a bit, sir. Good. Thank you so much, Captain Chica. Appreciate it, sir. Oh, got me some carrots. The proper kind. Not those pesky carrots. The healthy kind. So, we just want to advance the Y. Or take away the Y. One page at a time. Until we reach the until the mouse position is inside the scroll bar. So something like this, right? Where we say oh shoot. So Bar is pressed. So the bar's not pressed, and you've pressed inside the whole sort of area where the scroll bar is. I'm going to keep advancing it until you reach it. Yeah, I guess you want to say, and it doesn't contain. Yeah, it's a little weird. So is being pressed is probably is cheaper, so that'll go first. And it doesn't contain. I guess you say and it's not focused. Something like that. The actual scroll bar, if that's not focused. So the amount we scroll is based on the size of a page. Height. Items, what's it called? Item. Fit. That's the size of a page in. Yeah, we need the size of a page in pixels. So the amount is that times item height. So now we just need to figure out which way do we scroll. So given the mouse cursor, we're probably best to move that into scroll bar area space and see like, no. You don't really care. You have the scroll bar. So you could probably just look at scroll bar min Y or max Y, something like that. Any one of those. So you could probably say if, like this, right? If scroll bar rectangle min, we don't need that. Yeah, let's do min.y. So if that one is greater than the mouse position.x or .y, sorry. Then you need to take away. So let's just do it that way if it's less than. Is that right? So the scroll bar is further down. Then you need to increase. Yep. Else we shall take away. And we'll scroll in whole pages. Excellent. Let's try that. So we click here. Doesn't work. Great. Try that out again. That's it. Thank you. It's all placeholder right now. RCT, appreciate it though. It's in some basic coloring, but it's proving like what it's capable of, right? It can do rounded corners, it can do backgrounds and all of that. Just gotta be, you know, do images, do, you know, it's all it needs to do right now. So eventually you have to click here and it should work. Mm-hmm. Right, so let's remove things gradually and see if we can make it work. It doesn't work, the make it yourself experience. I don't know about that. I've used plenty of stuff that doesn't work that's made by other people. It should more be like software. It doesn't work. Or it doesn't work, the software experience. Oh my days, that repeats? Why did that repeat? Oh, we got bugs here. Oh, we're not even clicking down and it's going there. Oh yeah, remove the click thing. Ooh. Yeah, so I removed the click and I was like, oh yeah, okay, right. So oh, we're getting yays. Yays are good. But it don't work. I should have a function called yay. That's Prince Yay. Thank you, Brennan Montana. Welcome. How you doing? It never works. Software experience. Exactly. Or that's slow. The software experience. How are you? Good, thank you. I'm bad. A little bit tired. But yeah, doing good. Good overall. Oh. No. Oh, we're doing the plus and minus the wrong way around. Because then it was been clamped. Yeah. So what's interesting as well is we'll have a frame of latency. So if we move this down here, then goodbye frame of latency, right? Right, that was the reason. What twat I was. That's working exactly as it would in the browser, I imagine. Yep. That isn't though. It has to be a has been. Oh, it's one of those damn things again. Let's just do a. Oh. This thing, man. Right, so if I was to hold click and then go there, it doesn't work, obviously. Yeah. Right. So it's going to keep scrolling there. One page at a time, one page at a time. Okay. So we'll just do a has been pressed. Ours will work a bit differently. We won't do this sort of gradual get there. We'll just make it teleport. I can't be bothered for that. It requires persistent state. Has been pressed this frame. And we'll just do a while. We can just do a while. No. So we'll work out how many times does it take you to get there in full. Or we could just scroll you directly there. That's another thing. We could just be like how long does it take? Probably better off just to use the mass rather than a while loop. Yep, that's like the modern software for it. Definitely so. The C# experience. Sometimes they don't say anything anymore. Yeah, I need to add more items to the list and also less. That is true. Add more items and less items. Because I need to test if there's no scroll bar. What does it do? I still want to show the scroll bar on a list view, I think. Because when it will move the thing around, and I don't think that's a good idea. So where do we measure? So we need to know how many times will it take to scroll the mouse position. Scroll the bar to the mouse position. Yep. Something like this. In full stride amounts. So you could probably do like yeah, we'll probably do a round up. Yeah. So we want to go towards this guy. So this is bigger. So going towards this guy from this guy. And then we want to do like, I've got one of these guys, right? Round up to multiple. Oh yeah. So round up this difference to the nearest multiple of amount. And then amount would be equal to that. Or whatever. So that's how much we shift that by. Then this one is the other way around. Because that number's bigger than that number. Right, I think that ought to be good enough. Now this is complaining because it hasn't got the maths library in, so let's go and get a maths library at hmaths. Oh yeah. Let's give that a go. Right, so the A is popping up. So scrolling up is fine. Down, the other hand. Because it did .x. Why did it do .x? That's been wrong the whole time. What is wrong with me? Okay. Right, so let's add more items to the list. Oh, it's still doing it. No, it's fine. No. It's not fine. Has been pressed. What? Just need brackets. Has been pressed. Is this not being cleared in the OS? Wait, I can just do this in it. core print. Ah, 2 seconds. C11. So what we're using is C11. You should never force you to rewrite C#. I did. Yeah, last April Fools, I was thinking about changing my whole project to Rust. Yeah, that would have been more believable and more fully. But I didn't do it in the end because I forgot what the reason was. But yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it, Captain Chica, that C# probably did as good as it did because it named itself after C, in a way, right? Why don't I see my thing? Show me this. Urgh. What is going on? Oh, wait. It didn't compile, that's why. Right. It never compiled. That's the reason. Where's this thing declared? I'm gonna go to the definition of work anymore. Ah. What is going on? Right, let's just include the whole HMaths. I cannot be bothered. Seriously. Alright, so let's actually read the errors. Oh. It's not got any underscores. Apparently. But it jumped there anyway. Before. I don't know. Radio. Hold there. Go there doesn't do anything. Click here instead. It does. Okay, good. Oh yeah. I like how this thing is working. So. One more thing. C69 is the best. One day we'll get there. I find C32 gives me all the answers, definitely. The answers to everything. Right, so let's jump the list up. Let's double it, triple it, quadruple it. Right, so if we go here, it's jumping by a page for sure, but not all the pages I was asking for, damn it. This is far slower. What? Right. So the speed in which we apply... So we need to translate 1 pixel to... Because if you move 1 pixel in mouse space, you're really moving... Yeah, so this is the min and max is perfect. The problem is applying the speed in which you actually scroll it by. No. X11. Because Wayland is not ready yet. Yes, do some compute shaders. Compute shaders. I'm sure, but the thing about Linux, right, is one day everything has changed, but until that day, it's always the older thing. Like, most distros are typically like update altogether onto the new technology and just switch over like System D. So when that day happens, we'll port the game over to Wayland. But until then, X is just fine. No, it's not related to high DPI. It's just because the space, like, I'm changing the scroll Y, and the scroll Y is in pixels, right? And it's in pixels to scroll. And this list is really long. Massive list. It goes on like probably 5 times the big of my screen size. And if I'm moving this many pixels here, I need to be moving like for this to keep up with the mouse, it needs to be moving like yeah, it needs to be moving this faster basically. And it's not. It's the problem. The space is bigger. My Wayland trigger went off. Oh no, Perry appeared. Wild Perry appeared. Says something bad about Wayland. Hey Perry boy, how's it going? Good to see you. Yes, they render out of bounds there, Taz, because we've got clipping in the renderer, but I haven't bothered hooking it up. Like, we've got clipping rectangles in the UI as well, but I haven't just linked the two together, so we're just not seeing it clip is the issue. But the reason why I didn't want to do it is because I wanted to make sure that the other code is working, where it will choose to not render anything. Like in this massive list, we're only processing these elements out of that massive list. So I'm just making sure it's doing what it's doing basically, and we'll get the clipping code in. So it's pretty cool. Not too many issues. So we've got to advance. So we've got to figure out like what space I'm mapping. I've got to translate from one space to another space effectively. So you've got screen space, right, and that's 1 pixel. So when you move the mouse cursor here, we've got to advance this one as well actually, because this works in pixel space as well. So you've got to say, given the size of you just want to say basically how much bigger is the content height than the height that I can view, right? So we keep doing this height that we can view and then I get rid of it, but it's like this one, items fit count times item height. So basically that's the amount I can view. So pixel, or like wait a minute. Yeah, pixel to content space size. Screen space to content space. Poor boy. I think it's Peter's nappy, poor boy. Screen space to content space. So that is, so content height divided by height. Yes, and that's the number we times this stuff by. So that'll do the jump correctly. No one wants to join in. Yeah. Missing his daddy. Dad, which C standard are you using? Yeah. C99, son. Massive beard. C99, son. Daddy, which version of Unix are you using? Manjaro. Arch, by the way. Time to read Master C pointers. Yes, bedtime. Bedtime thing, you know? Um, Dad, I like CPP. Do you want to be adopted? Say it one more time. Yeah. Put you up for adoption. Oh no, maybe not. The teacher at school told us C is unsafe language. You're moving schools. Yeah. Dad, the C is... Yeah. The school told us C is an unsafe language. Yeah. Massive beer will be anti-C, son. Anti-C. Yeah. I think that's right. So we grab this. Oh. Oh. Good, innit? Oh, I'm way too far. What is going... what is going on? Oh, we times... I don't know what's going on. I think that's it. Oh shit. Bid mass. Yes. Oh wait, they're way too far. Right, the up one, too much up. Down one is fine. Why? So that's the plus one, this one is buggered. We need to use the max Y. Oh, wrong one. I'm confused. Yeah, it's that one. Yeah. Yeah, so the scroll offset, the scroll Y is top to bottom, but the... Yeah, origin is bottom left, so it's the wrong way, the other way around. Yes, that jumps by a whole thing at most. Good. Excellent. Excellent. Right, so we've got one more thing to test, and that is basically no scrolling. And then we will probably want to visit like how do we select these things, make sure we got that nailed down, and then that is the list view completo. Right, let me just check on the baby. Two seconds. BRB. Hey, welcome back. Yeah, everything's fine. Right, Drew, the profile system finding you. Hmm. Who said... Mom, Dad, I have something important to tell you. I'm a Rust programmer. No. No. Right, we're sending it up to your nan's. Yeah. For the whole weekend. Okay. That will probably be like a nightmare, one of my nightmares. Ugh. Ugh. So we want to make a small list. So let's reduce the list. Let's put it to son was brought you up as an atheist, and now you have to come to us. And they have to come with us. Come with this religious stuff. Nah, he'll be brought up as a Christian, this boy. What is going on with this bar, man? This big. What? What? Why is it this big? Because we're doing the ratio thing and it goes the other way, isn't it? Oh. Oh, I see. Yes. Yes, the Rust programmer. Oh. Scroll bar height. Where do we calculate that? Times our ratio. So the height. Items count times by this. Right. So it's making it go the other way around. So you're gonna max it out at height, basically. Like minute. Pick the min. That ought to be good enough. Right. That's fine. Can I click here and mess anything up? No. Can I click here and mess anything up? No. Can I scroll? No. See, I like keeping the bar there. Right. Because otherwise, you know, when you add items, it will just shift everything over and ruin stuff, right? I don't think that would be a good user experience. I'm happy with keeping a big old bar there. Obviously, it'll look better, so in the future, but yeah. So that's good enough. Right, good testing. So the next thing to do is just to make sure that can we, from the user side, have a selected item, and what is that like, right? So we're just displaying text. So when something is selected, we'll just pass in a different style. So I guess we'll just say if is selected, pass in a selected style. This is one way we can do it, right? Pass in one style, pass in another style. There's an old video about something like that. Java programmer forever and ever. What? Did you guys link to the same video at the same time? You did, didn't you? That's funny. I could have put up. I could put up with my son in Rust, a Lisper, or God forbid, web dev would be way worse. Yeah. Java's own entertainment, right? Let's do the old. Wait, how many decibels were we on? No one knows. About 26 decibels. About that loud, wasn't it? 26 decibels. Okay, so we go up to there. Good. As you can see, I have a very professional setup. Uh. Oh no. Oh no, you got a tattoo. What is going on? There's a love story. Oh, it is. William Windows. Of course, his name is Windows. Mona Lisa hard drive. Got it. That was good. Right, so adjust these levels back. Definitely very boomer now. Definitely so in it. 2 seconds. Just need to help my wife with the baby. 2 seconds. Be right back. Right, welcome back everybody. Oh my days. Oh, so the baby was yeah, literally. So he was just crying in every sort of position you can have him. You can have him on his front, you can have him on your back, you can run him around. He usually sleeps like that, but he wasn't. So my wife took him out in the car and she brought him back and then he just started going again. But apparently he slept in the car, so here's me running around the front room trying to get him to sleep. And then he he's just crying. So I ended up just putting him in the car seat and just swinging him quite strong, and just he liked that apparently and went to sleep. So he's asleep now, hopefully. So I did that for like 5 to 10 minutes. However long I was gone. Crazy. Yeah. So where we're at is figuring out how we're going to do this selected thing on the list. So the user could just keep track and know whether it's selected by having essentially buttons there and swapping out the style, where they can just say if style, and then they can do multi-select, whatever they want basically, right? They can do multi-select, and they can do it all themselves. I think that's the route we'll go. So you probably need a toggle button as well. So, but you don't necessarily need a toggle button. That will do. What buttons do we have? Should we make a toggle button? So what I mean by toggle button is basically a checkbox but a button. So yeah. So maybe we should add one of these and call it a toggle button. It's not too difficult to do. You know it's pressed if it's... Yeah, my question is though, we add a toggle button. You might want a button which sort of radios, where it's sort of, like a radio button is. But it's already called radio button. Is this what you want? I would call it like a select button, maybe something like that. Yeah, let's just do. I'll add this one in because it is generally useful for that list case. So the prototype needs to change where you say is. You need one of these basically. These booleans. Shoot. Yeah, we'll just throw one of these in. They're proper easy to do. Right, so is checked. Thank you for the happy anniversary. Appreciate it. Right, so rect, comma, replace that with rect is checked. I could really change the name from is checked, but oh well. Let's get one of these in. Right, so we want to repeat all of this code inside the implementation. Button start, perfect, repeat all that. Then here we say UI button, UI toggle button. Place all that. Fantastic. So we now need to sort the prototypes. So we just need to steal the logic from the so for just to test this working, we'll change the list, I think. We'll make them buttons. Right, so to make that work is checked. So it calls some sort of base function. So in that base function, we'll do what the check box does, right? Okay, so we go to checkbox and we need to put the logic here. Checkbox start is this logic here. We also need the top part. Grab that. So just drop it all in. We need this before the is visible. We need this after. Wait. That's the drawing. That's not it. Oh, it's just this thing here. Right, it's even less code. Perfect. So we just need to say, right, the flags it's focusable and toggleable. It's a great name. And then if the value is checked, we need to force it to be active. And then we'll pass the flags in here. And then it's active if the widget state says it's active, then we set that back out. Bam. Good. So let's try that out. We're going to go into the main. We'll this time do a text button, toggle button. See, yeah, it has to be a whole separate thing, but it's fine. So let's just do a static. We shall do a selected index equal 0. Well, let's do a -1, whatever. And we'll just say Boolean selected equals selected index equal I. And then we'll pass in the address of selected. Then we'll say if selected index equal, got that wrong, selected index equal I. And then we shall say static there. That's it, I think. Right, so that should be select. Obviously, we're not seeing anything here. Oh, no, we will see it active, actually. Tell a lie. Rightio. So something really weird happening. Things are centered. That is because we told it to be centered. Yes, that's fine. That's just the way the button works. And there we go, people. There's the toggle button. The scrolling has not worked now because, right, because we're looking at keyboard focus or something. So this is another bug we've found then. That's fine. Yeah, it only allows you to scroll. Yeah. So we need to ignore the fact that it's keyboard focused and have a scroll focus. And to be fair, we actually need a scroll focus anyway. And the reason why we need a scroll focus is because you can have multiple scroll views within a scroll view. So one scroll view and a scroll view. And we haven't done this yet because we haven't got to the scroll view just yet, right? So scroll focus. So we need to set that up. It's different from scroll bar, what we've just done. That was a hack to sort of have persistent state for the scroll bar when you press that down, but we need one for the scroll in general. So this is the thing we shall be setting here. So rather than saying key, oh, where is it? So if the mouse is inside this, so we could set a flag and it's done in the internal state, I think. Which makes me think all of this scroll bar stuff could probably be done inside the core. Yeah, so I think actually, if you think about from a perspective of this sort of scroll view, is I don't think I want a scroll view widget. Maybe I just want to say any widget can be scrollable. And then if it is, it's going to remove the edges, or like shrink the box by the width of the, So I think the list view is just going to say it wants a vertical slider. Yeah. Hey, Tenix developer, what means without engine? Yeah. That's right. Yeah, so we're working on a game without an engine. So technically there is engine code, but we have an engine which is basically specialized towards, or which can be specialized towards the game. Obviously there are very general elements to things like, you need a abstraction for input and stuff like that, but we're able to like not necessarily work on every feature we don't need, right? Like you would in a general engine. That's the idea. And you can specialize if you find that benefits the project. Right, so what's the next thing we need to do then? Yeah, so I'm thinking about this whole thing, and we can just move it inside. And the list is just a specialized thing which, yeah. So all this code can be shared then. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to add some more flags. So one is scrollable. And we're always going to make it visible, I think. They're always going to be visible. So we don't need like an is visible, because otherwise it's just going to move around content. Then is scrollable Y. Scrollable X, scrollable Y. And then you probably want a resizable, which we'll do later. And for that you get a little resize button. That would be proper cool. And now we've overflowed our byte, which is all good. So 2 bytes. Cool. So if we were to think about the list view, where are you gone? Right, you will pass in a widget flags is scrollable Y. So all of this logic, or a lot of this logic just moves inside there now. So we just got to be careful, right? So yes, I think a lot of this, let's take it all. Even all this. Right. So all of that goes, we go to the widget start. Now it's got to find a way to put it. So this is, every widget calls this function. Yeah. Every widget calls this function, and we have flags to enable and disable little features. So kind of near the bottom, we need to say how are you going to do ECS without engine, let me ask. So the first thing is do we need an ECS? That's the first thing. I might not want to solve the problem with an ECS. And if I do want to solve the ECS, you just write your own ECS, right? It's not a hard problem. But people like to overcomplicate it. I'll probably not use an ECS because I probably won't need one. But if I end up needing to super hyper optimize in it, I might lay out my data in a way which is probably like ECS does. We'll see. So where does this code go is the question. Clipping rectangle. Oh, I was thinking I should. Yeah. Shrink by the padding. No. Yes. I want to be after that. Crap. Where do I go? How did that work fine anyway? Right, so it used to be after the border and after the padding. You want that. Yeah, I think this is fine. So it goes here. So we'll do a thing where we say if flags and UI widget flag scrollable Y. If that is true, do all this. So now we've just got to get this all working again. No biggie. So so the thing is, if any widget can do scrolling now, you have to pass in like a scroll XY into every widget or into the box. See, that doesn't seem sensible. Maybe we'll just have a shared function which does it. So you could go, oh, I don't know, because you kind of want like a scroll view, and maybe that could end up being, yeah, you know what, actually, we might just, right, here's what we'll do. We'll copy paste the code and do two separate things for it. That's what we'll do. Yep, that's a bad idea. All right, so what's changed then? Why did I sort of go into, yes, the scroll area thing, wasn't it? Right. No biggie, we'll get that sorted out. So let's undo this. Okay, so we need to make sure that we say if the widget is focused, I am the scrollable thing. I'm the next scrollable thing. So if is focused, I'm the next scrollable thing. Oh no, we're talking about the whole thing. Damn it. You just want to say if I'm mouse focused. I guess there's an easier way to say that. If GUI dot mouse focused. It's the easier way. Right. Let's make sure it all works still. Good, good, good. So the scroll don't work yet still. So we've successfully assigned this but haven't started using it. So what we're saying is we can scroll so long as, yes, this is saying if it's mouse focused. Yep. Oh, why didn't it work in? Is this thing set anywhere? Scroll focused. No, I think you just want to say if the mouse is inside. Oh. So you just want to say if the mouse is inside the rectangle of the what rectangle? Properties rec. The rectangle of the whole list. I think that's what you want. Right, so we're inside here. Yes, that works. So that's getting around these things being focusable things, right? Cool. Very nice. Okay. That is the list view complete. So we can check that guy in. And for those who have access to the code, I will upload this one tonight if you want to take a look at it. Git commit dash a. What do we actually do actually? There's list view, and there might be something else in this commit. Complete UI image convenience functions. Oh, it's all list view. Yeah, it's all list view. Implement UI implement UI list view widget. Boom. Okay, so the next one is a scroll view. We kind of need a scroll view for when you obviously have some form of like space for people to work in and they need to, you know, usually have like a whole, you might have like a very long list or very long sort of like page or something, or a canvas or something they're working on. So I think we want to make this scrollable here. That's our objective. Make this scrollable and do some more things underneath it. And then we'll do the clipping. Is that what we want to do? We could make this scrollable up here because then we could see. No, this one here will do. Yeah. Okay. So I'll find where that all is. Cut right. It's all here, yeah? So all of this is going to be the scroll view. So I think we'll pass in the rectangle. And then probably a style. And then we need like the scroll. Now I don't know if you need a resizable. Yeah, that's the thing. You might have a size. But the rectangle's here, right? So if you grab it, you'll be able to resize it and resize the rectangle. That'd be interesting. Yeah, but then it's got to be persistent, hasn't it? We should think about the resizable thing. I don't know if I'll need a resizable. Let's think about it. Well, the rectangle you give could be the maximum bounds, right? And then the size is the bounds. Yeah. So I think you could say scroll view size, make that infinity, right? And then it can do the clamping. Right, so that's 4 parameters, that's not bad. So the rectangle is the maximum bounds, but it will modify this. You can resize it with this. If you don't want to resize it, you pass in null. I think that'll do. Yep. I think that'll be good. So you got a list. So there's, call it a scroll area. UI list. Right, so do something like this. And I was hoping I could sort of reduce the number of parameters here. Maybe by 1 for this list view. But I think what we'll do after we've done the scroll, we might take a look at the code and see if the stuff we want to clean up. I think it's in a good place. Right, so we wanted sort of like scroll or area size, right? Size of the area and the style. So okay, so that'll be scroll mute. So it's in out, in out, in out. Right. Cool. So F32 times 2 star, scroll in out, and got another in out of area size. So we should stick a little comment here because it's a little bit confusing, right? So rec is the maximum bounds. Area size is nullable. And is clamped to the rec. Clamped to the rectangle. Excellent. So it means you can set it to wherever you want, but when it's inside the bounds of the rectangle, that's where the area size will actually be, and it will return that back out via rectangle. obviously. Cool. So I think that is good. The next thing is to go ahead and start implementing it. So we've already got the scroll bar logic, so it's basically copy paste for all of that lot. But let's just get let's just get it working without that first. So the end is obviously this, and then we'll probably take the whole of the list view, and then we'll drop that in there. So the thing is we don't really have a content size. I've just realized we don't have the size. Wait, area size sounds a bit weird as well, doesn't it? Like it sounds a bit like, which one is that? Is that the size of the little view you've got, or is it the whole area inside? So by mean area size, I mean the view in this case. The little window you have into the scrollable content. So what we probably want to do is, right, so let's just keep a lot of this code. Let's comment this all out. And you want to reduce the rectangle at the end by a scroll bar width. Well, maybe not. Let's just move it in. Not used, yeah? Core unused. Scroll bar. Area. Right, so as you can tell, we've got the box here now. Here's our little area. So now we've just got to get it to get the bar on the right. Move it enough over it. Yeah, I think 10x developer version control software, like using Git, is quite dangerous, right? So you really have to like learn Git properly, and it is very like if you're using it from the command line. But if you can just use like applications nowadays to sort of help you do it. But even then, you can't just go and click around because you could just actually delete a lot of your stuff. So you do have to be really careful, and you have to make sure you take backups. So then you're asking like simply, why don't you just use tarballs? Like, if it's a small little project you're working on, it might be best not to use Git. But that being said, you got to make sure you back up your stuff. Like, all version control software basically sucks. When you use it enough, it's got a ton of problems. But yeah. Yeah, lots of difference between Git and GitHub. So what you mean is web developers don't know the difference between, yeah. But yeah, it would be great if there was some, because the biggest problem with Git is it's decentralized and there's not a good solution for big files, right? Their submodule thing sucks, right? It just sucks so bad. Like, um, there's if you just want to try and do something, okay, the terminal interface for it is terrible. The difference between moving something from being staged to unstaged is a difference between you use the same subcommand, but it's just a difference with a flag. I think it's git reset, and then there's git reset hard. You have to be careful and pick the right one. If not, you've lost everything. Right? It doesn't take a backup of the stuff. You can't undo something that you've just after you've done an action. Maybe there's a way to do that, but from what I understand, there isn't. There's, and then if you use other pieces of software, they solve some of those problems, but not all of them. I think, yeah, there's tons of little issues in Git as well. But yeah, Git. I think the guy who wrote SQLite has his own one called Fossil. I'm not sure that's like. So we need the size of the content, right? You don't have the size of the content until Often it's really hard to get to an office state, just knowing. Yeah. Yeah, I find if you want to like recover your stuff in Git, you've got to make sure the stuff you want to make sure you commit it. Even if it's stuff you don't, and then it's in the system. That's the problem. It's like the stuff that's not committed is not in the system. So if you make changes, you've lost it. Yeah, git reset is horrible. Checkout is also weird. That's sort of the A-list is on the command line. Yeah. 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 It's pretty bad. Like that's what you want version control software for, in my opinion, as well, is even the changes you haven't committed, because you can write a ton of code. Like, it's questionable what level of help you want. Do you want every single time you save a file, or do you want more of like, I'm doing something in Git, take a backup now or something before you do that command so I can undo it. So, yeah, I think they should really be looking into that. Like, computers are fast. That little bit of overhead should be fine. So we need the size of the whole content. The content. So how do you get the size of the content? So the rectangle you pass out should be the size of the content. Right? We haven't got that. So where do you get that information from? Well, you got to pass it in. Content size. So that'll be useful for doing all of the scroll bar logic with. Cool. So, right, content size. Let's say um, let's say 800 by 400. I don't know. We'll see. We'll play around with it, right? So now that you have the content size, we should be able to work out a lot of this stuff. All right. So this is the item height. We're not doing that. How many items fit? We're not doing that. Max scroll Y. That is calculated by doing. So we've got to use content size and maybe area size as well. The maximum you need to scroll, right. So it's area, it's content size. So max scroll max is something like sub f32 times 2. And you're taking away from the content size the area size. So the area is the little viewport, and the content size is the whole thing, the whole area. So that's the maximum you can scroll across the X and the Y. We also need to calculate the width and height. So we'll just call this the dims. UI rec dims. Rec. Cool. So we should be able to simplify or reuse a lot of this code and do it with, take it from just dealing with X coordinates and doing X and Y at the same time. So if this is focused, scroll focused, there's a scroll X and scroll Y. So we should be able to get this as times 2 if any so if it's non-zero, then bring in the scroll, apply the scroll, and then clamp it. So add f32 times 2, the negate. My days. I want to turn this into float. Splat 2. See, my compiler complained about this. And I thought it was a problem with my preprocessor, but it's like Clang complains about it too. Interesting. Or it might be the conversions actually. between... No, it's not. Right, negate. Then mul. With a scalar. Right, then we just throw it back out of a clamp. And voila. S. Damn it. Sweet. Oh yeah. Hey there, Hasp. Yeah, doing good, man, doing good. We got the list view sorted out. I know you saw that last stream. Yes, that's all working now. Just working on the scroll area. So we've got if I can show it. Yeah. So see here, we got this selectable sort of scroll area where we can sort of scroll in here. We can grab this guy, right? So we're just working on a way to. So this is specialized. So we've got this massive list, and we're able to only render a sub portion of the list which is visible. Yeah, we just got sort of the clipping here is all, but we're just trying to make this whole area scrollable now. So just taking some of the code from here and adapting it to make it work. So yeah, going good though. Into a stash before doing a git reset. Yes, another way. Stashing. Yeah. Maybe that's part of what they could do is like auto stash behind the scenes and just use a sort of stashing system. I don't know. Right, so I need to get the scroll. So this is all like start item sort of stuff. We don't need that. That's because it was from for the list view, and it specifically worked out like the item range to render. But we don't need any of this. This goes. This is working out the scroll bar. So it's probably quite, yeah, we could just, a lot of this is relative ratio and ratio 2. Good names. So we need a ratio, so that'd be dims, div dit, f2 dims, content size. Right, so what are we doing here? We're trying to avoid a divide by 0. Pretty good. So I think we just need a ratio, call it x, y. I'm clearly, yes, doing it the cleanest way possible. Okay. Scroll. Cool. Scroll bar height. See, I guess you can skip a lot of this logic. Oh, no, you can't actually, because they're all visible always. Yeah, so we want to do scroll bar. Y height, scroll bar X width, something like that. Because I could call it scroll bar size, but then it's less readable. So you just want to do the dims.x, dims.y times ratio x, ratio y, dims.x, dims.y. Right. So what is a lot of this stuff? So scroll bar X, scroll bar Y start. Wait. So what is this one? Dims Y. Y height. Y, which means I'll have to repeat this. Scroll bar X start X. So when we say height, we say width. Cool. So this is the rectangle for the scroll Y side of things. And this code has got a bit messy in it. I also don't know how much I can bother to clean it up. So I need one for the X, one for the Y. This is basically for the Y, I just got to adjust it. Yeah, so this is asking for, right, scroll bar Y rec. Oh, whoopsie. Scroll bar Y start X. Scroll bar X start Y. So max Y takes scroll bar width. Done. Very nice. Rightio, just gotta rework these. So we need two of these boys. One is scroll bar X rectangle, and the other is scroll bar X start Y. Scroll bar X start X. Wrong way around. Cool. The max width, yes, the whole rectangle that we're in. Wait a minute, what's going on? So it used to just be start Y. Plus the scroll bar height. Yeah, so it'll be start X plus the scroll bar width. Plus the scroll bar width. Where is that? Scroll bar Y width. X width. Yeah, scroll bar X width. Perfect. My code is finally fixed itself after I started at it an hour. After you stared at it for an hour. It fixed itself? That's not good. Do you know why? Have you got like an is Tuesday bug and then an hour later it became Wednesday? Was it one of those? Oh, okay. That's good. Yeah, the worst part is, yeah, sometimes it's best just to walk away, you know? And you'll get the idea come to you on how to fix it. That's the problem. Or, yeah, or you'll just go back to it and just see it right away. Scroll bar YX. Y start Y. Y start Y plus scroll bar Y height. Oof. Right. So there's our two rectangles for the scroll bars. Got some mouse thing. This makes us the focused scroll widget. This says, is this scroll bar focused? Right? Should probably not call it is focus, is a bad name. We'll change it for the this is the list. So this one is scroll bar X focused? Is scroll bar Y focused? So you want to say if any of these are, and it has been pressed, scroll bar focus widget thing, nice. So if one of our bars is pressed, we've got to be careful here. Make sure it's we know the difference between the X and the Y. That's the part of the problem. It was fun fixing it though. Felt good after it worked. Sweet. Normally I just get annoyed at bugs. Yep. Getcha. Yeah, so the problem is now is that we've got to tell the difference between the X and the Y, because what we do is when we click on the bar, we say, hey, if it has been pressed this frame, set this, so in the next frame, that scroll bar is focused. Now the problem is, I might do times 2 plus 1, times 2 plus 0. Damn it. What should I do? Could end up on a different hash. It's very rare it might happen. No, we're gonna have 2. Scroll bar X, focus widget. Okay. I'll be back. Yeah, so just separate them out to another thing as well. So this one just needs to set the Y one. That's on the that is in the list view. Cool. So this is in the scroll view. So I think I want to copy this and just do the X1 first, and then do the Y1. So this will say the X scroll bar is focused for this widget, focus for this widget. Perfect. So now this one's saying bar is pressed. So scroll bar X is pressed. It's very inconsistent, this. Can I sort this out? So it's back in the list view. I'm just on that. Is scroll bar pressed? Good. So this one is scroll bar X pressed? X, then Y. Right, so nearly there now. Just got to sort out this logic here for when you click, duplicate that, and then I just got to do the rendering of the other bar. Yeah, and then that should be the scroll area, hopefully. Done, we'll see. But there's probably going to be some bugs. I guarantee there's a copy paste bug somewhere. So here, so I think we could pre-copy paste it, I think. Pre-copy paste it, because then I won't get any bugs with the X and the Y's the wrong way around, I think. So we'll start off with the scroll bar X. Is scroll bar X pressed? So you need to wait for X. Yes, you set X there. The amount is by X you're looking at. So screen space to content space. What was height again? dims.x. Good. So we get scroll. Scroll in this case would be scroll.x, I think. Yep. Scroll plus equal the amount in content space or in pixel space. Max.x. Cool. So then this one is saying, hey, if scroll bar X is not focused and you've clicked inside the scroll area, just move in full pages until we get there. So what's a full page? A full page in our case is content, sorry. Area size X. Yeah, so we need to do a resize button as well. We'll sort that out after. Screen to, this is one of these. Cool. No, they're not SIMD types because it gets a bit fiddly with the alignment and that. I'd rather have them unpaired. So if we want to do any SIMD, I think we'll just break out. I think we'll literally just break out raw SIMD code and just sort of like do a load into a SIMD register and just go ham. I think that's what we'll do. Go full ham. Ooh. Scroll bar X. Now there's a couple of Y's in here I see, you've got to be careful. Right, looking good. So that's the X scroll bar sorted out. You know what, actually, looking at it, I'm quite happy copying and pasting that one because it was a lot more fiddly to so I'm just going to look for X, replace with Y. But I do want to also make sure I look for width, height replace width or something like this. Damn it. Right, this is a bit fishy. Look at that. I forgot about that thing. Why? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. It's mostly good. This is fine for this one, but it's not fine for this X1 here. So the scroll area. So you've got the view, you've got your bar that you move in, but the area that the bar slides on, that's what this one is. So that used to, right, so we need to take the max of Y, or the min of Y. No. Max of Y is min of Y plus, because it's from the bottom. Scroll bar width. that is min of x. So it's basically the bottom, which is the min is the same, but the max of the y is just plus the scroll bar width. Yeah, that's for the x-axis scroll bar. Cool. So I like that a lot. Now it's got to render these guys. Right. So here's the x scroll bar. Is scroll bar x pressed? Is scroll bar y x focused? Scroll bar x rectangle? Scroll bar x style? So if it's hovered on that, it gets a different one. Jobs are good. Right, so let's copy all that and just do look for x, replace with y. They do map to speed view vectors when you run them on GPU though. Yes, just realize you have a bunch of a flare. What do you mean by flare? Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that one. But yeah, we do map this bit. So basically, right, vectors in okay. I don't know. I don't know. It was Twitch word. I'm not sure. So with GLSL, right, and shaders, vectors could be anything. It's really dumb. Structures in shaders don't have a size at compile time. Because wait, is that right? Yeah, structures don't have a size. Structures only have a size when you make it a buffer, and then the padding and alignment rules will go over the whole structure and then give it a size for that buffer. It's so dumb. So you have like standard 140, standard 330, right? And obviously DirectX has its own one. So basically, the way we solved it is there's an extension in Vulkan called scalar alignment. Something like that. Scalar alignment. And what it means is it will make all of your floating point, all of your vectors will be aligned to a scalar. So it just undoes all of that. That ends up mapping. Oh, you're talking about Scott. I see, Scott, right. Yeah, I see now. I see. Of course I see. Every day, man. Right, so the rectangle at the end, we want to make sure we set it literally to whatever the content size is. Content size. So it needs to be offsetted by the scroll in the wrong way, and then apply the, okay, I think I got this. So min x is equal to negative scroll x. So the other way, plus, wait. Rec min x, so we keep it the same, plus the negative scroll. Oh, okay, negate scroll, plus, hey, that's right, isn't it? Yeah, min y is like that. And then your maxes are plus the mins. Plus content size dot x. That's the whole area that you've got inside. And that's the rectangle you're giving back out to the user. So I think a little... I think that's fine. I think it's fine. Right. Let's boot this boy up and see how much my computer blows up. Rightio. So we've broken the rendering clearly. Things are happening. There's completely kaput. Completely kaput. So thinking about it, the min y is at the bottom. So really the min is really the other way around, isn't it? So that needs to be plus. Wait, is that right? No, maybe it's fine. Oh, wait. Min y. So it should be max y equals max y. Yeah, so it's max y equal max y. That's the top left. That's the top, right? Plus that. Then this one's equal to max y. Take that. Right, so I'm not sure how much that really fixes things. Right, not at all. So I'm not seeing any scroll bars yet. Not good. Probably because they get rendered over and there's no clipping. We're not seeing anything there. Okay. So why aren't these things being rendered is the question. Rectangle goes in. We should be seeing... So this is the background. Should we disable the background and see if it sort of like gets in the way of anything to do with this scrollable area? Right, so clearly the background's been rendered. And it's messing. Oh no, it's not messing with these, it's got the same color. That's fine. Not good though for this. Right, so we need to get this background in the right place again. So this background, YOY. So rectangle's been modified. It should be, right. So what's really great is this image is going to use the whole of rectangle. But it's not. So why are these guys up there when they cut top? When they cut top off rectangle, it's fine. Right. Scroll view size is infinity. Oh no. So we need to clamp it with inside the area of the... Right. So before we use this, because you sub infinity and it messed up the scroll bars. Got it. So area size before we use it is equal to the clamp this thing with 0 and content size. Wait, UI rectangle dims. We got that right? Nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, the strut packing is annoying. I do C++ template witchcraft with stack standard 140 alignment. Nice. Automatically packing into temp buffer. Yeah. Yeah. See, if you have to care about standard 140 in the uniform buffers, like we've basically gone with like the sort of future of GPUs where we only use storage buffers. Like we don't care about uniform buffers anymore. We just use storage buffers only, and that is it. Right, I think we made the scroll bar things a little bit big, but we can't see them anyway. Someone else is up. Yeah, so because we'll be using storage buffers only, we can use scalar buffer alignment or something like that. Scalar alignment. Which is cool. So it's hopefully how things end up going in the future. This is why I like HSL more than GLSL. Constant buffers are easy to work with. Really? Are you sure? From what I understand, constant buffers have constant buffer packing rules. And they actually have, you can't put structures within inside constant buffers or something like that. So I think they're actually harder. Yeah, but it's the same thing. Like they're more restrictive. For instance, you can't put a strut. Okay, you can put a strut in there then. They're basically the same thing. I don't know why you say they're easier. They are literally the same thing. Like standard 140 and standard 430 is standard 140 is for uniform buffers. Standard 430 is for storage buffers, which is like structured buffer in HSL, and for push constants. But yeah, I see what you're saying. You don't have to specify standard 140 when you make a constant buffer. But yeah, that's the only thing that's quote unquote easier. It's not the complication is still there between CPU and GPU communication though with the padding. It's just different. Yeah, for some reason I do the early stuff first, and only as time permitting more modern stuff. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. OpenGL. Yeah, if you want to make a game, OpenGL first. But if you want to, and then like ports of Vulkan and all that later, because Vulkan is, now that I understand it all, it's still hard, but it's manageable. But when you're figuring stuff out and trying to get a game done, it's not the best thing to do and learn at the same time. Damn these things. So I don't understand the problem. Should we not F around with the rectangle and see what happens? Right. So we didn't F around the rectangle and this went in the right place. Fair play. Right, so the content size is smaller. That's what I'm imagining. 800 by 400. I don't know the size. So I made it 800 by 800. Okay. Um. Right, so there's a problem writing a whole bunch of code and then like testing it out. It got issues. I don't know what the issues are yet. So it would probably best to basically like comment stuff out or change little bits, just see what goes on. Yeah. Kind of like they're running old hardware. I'm a poor student, remember, and some extent low powered things like a Raspberry Pi. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, if you make it like a little game, it's of course make it run on old hardware. But yeah, I want to target like the newer stuff. Push the GPU. Um, you know, push for the whole sort of like GPUs are general purpose programming things, like the name says it is, right? General purpose unit or whatever it is, right? It's not. Sorry, GPU. I don't think it stands for graphics processing unit. It stands. I think it's general processing unit, and you don't really do general processing on it. Like it's a black box where you give it state and then you give it buffers, and it's like, here you go, pixels. And I want to push for like, can we not? Can we just have a thing that we program like like a CPU? Right. I need to get going now, but it was a good stream. We got scroll bars working here at least. Got some selecting. We're kind of trying to mess with this and get this going. Scroll area in here, but and then we'll get a resize button. Be a bit of fun. But yeah, so we're super close to finishing up on all our widgets that we actually need. I'm sure there'll be little bits here and there will have to be like, oh, we don't quite have that. Hop back in, add it in, but it'll just be little features, I think. But yeah, the UI is super close now. Super happy with it. So hopefully one more stream on that then, and then we can move on to some 3D graphics R&D stuff, which would be super sweet. Let's raid Nico, the FreeBSD man who was in the chat earlier. So yeah, have a great start to your week, everyone. Have a great Monday. See you all on Tuesday. We're going to go full ham and finish this all up. Right. Have a good one. Much love, guys. In a bit. Bye-bye. Oh, thank you for the sub, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Much love. Bye. Did that raid in the end? Damn it. What happened?